The 18th session of the Senate in the third regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Chamber will be led in prayer by Senator Win Gatchalian.
Let's bow our heads and pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you today seeking your divine guidance as we gather in this theme hall to serve our nation. We ask for your wisdom to lead us in our deliberations so that we may craft laws and policies that uplift the lives of all Filipinos. Panginoon Diyos, kami ay dumudulong at humihiling ng inyong gabay sa bawat pagdinig na aming isinasagawa at sa pagpapalitan ng opinyon sa plenaryo. Ipinagkaloob mo sa amin ang karunungan upang maunawaan at matugunan ang mga kinakaharap naming suliranin at tulungan mo kaming makahanap ng tamang solusyon. Gabayan mo kami sa aming paghahanap ng katotohanan at hustisya upang ang katarungan ay manaig para sa lahat. Palakasin mo rin ang aming pananampalataya at pagkakaisa sa gitna ng mga hamon na kinakaharap ng bansa, lalo na ang mga kababayan naming lubos na naapektuhan ng bagyong Enteng. Naway ipadama mo sa kanila ang inyong walang hanggang pagmamahal at pagkalinga at bigyan mo sila ng lakas at tapang upang malampasan ang anuman pagsubok na kanilang hinaharap. Strengthen us with your grace so that we may fulfill our duties with integrity and honor. Let our actions reflect the love and service you have called us to extend to our fellow citizens. May your hand be upon us as we strive to make our country a beacon of hope and opportunity. We honor you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 20 senators present, Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 15th Session, Tuesday, August 27, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Any objection? Hearing none, Secretary General is directed to comply.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2807, converting the Siquijor State College in the municipality of Larena, province of Siquijor, including its extension campus in the municipality of Lassi, province of Siquijor, into a state university and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2808, converting the district office of the Land Transportation Office in Sorsogon City into a Class B district office and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Escudero.
To the Committee on Rules.
2809, an act further strengthening the incentives for private sector participation in public educational institutions by amending certain provisions in Republic Act number 8525, otherwise known as Adopt a School Act of 1998. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Basic Education, Higher Technical and Vocational Education, and Ways and Means.
2810, an act amending Republic Act number 11313, otherwise known as the Safe Spaces Act, and for other purposes. Senator Padilla.
To the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality, Justice, and Human Rights.
Resolution, Senate Concurrent Resolution 22, granting consent to Senator Lauren Legarda to accept the conferment of the rank of officer in the Order of the Legion of Honor, conferred upon her by the French Republic by Senators Binay, Ejercito, Gatchalian, Villanueva, and Zubiri.
To the Committee on Rules.
1173, congratulating and commending Islay Erica Bomogao for her outstanding achievement as a top-ranked female 45-kilogram elite class fighter in the International Federation of Muay Thai Associations, IFMA. Senator Lapid.
The Committee on Rules.
1174, congratulating and commending the UP Manila Coral for winning the grand prize at the Professor Jan Zirocki International Festival of Choral Song in Poland, held on 21 July 2024, Senator Lapid.
The Committee on Rules.
1175, congratulating and commending the Filipino dance crew, Team Genesis, for winning the gold and 2 silver medals at the United Dance Organization World Street Dance Championships held in Blackpool, Lancashire, England from August 14 to 18, 2024, Senator Lapid.
The Committee on Rules.
1176, directing the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs to conduct an inquiry into the serious allegations of drug use of high-ranking elected officials in Philippine government with the end in view of recommending policies to strengthen law enforcement and enhance the Philippine anti-illegal drug strategy, Senator De La Rosa.
To the Committee on Rules.
1177, directing the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the alleged involvement of certain incumbent and former government officials on the importation of shabu through magnetic lifters in 2018 and the alleged manipulation surrounding the investigation thereof, Senator De La Rosa.
To the Committees on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations, Public Order, and Dangerous Drugs, Chair would like to correct the earlier order with respect to PS Resolution number 1176. The same, instead of being referred to the Committee on Rules, shall be referred to the Committees on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations, Public Order, and Dangerous Drugs.
1178, a resolution expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on the death of Dr. Henry Lim Bonlyong, Senator Pimentel III.
To the Committee on Rules.
1179, directing the proper Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry on Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas' termination of its contract with the Philippine Identification System, PhilSys ID, card supplier with the end in view of avoiding further delay in the full implementation of RA 11055, the Philippine Identification System Act, Senator Villar M.
To the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance.
Committee Report 313, jointly by the Committees on Cooperatives, Constitutional Amendments, and Revision of Codes, Ways and Means and Finance, or Senate number 2811, with Senators Marcos, Estrada, Ejercito, and Legarda as authors. An act providing for the revised Cooperative Code of the Philippines, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 418, 2378, and 2480, taking into consideration House number 9673, sponsor Senator Marcos.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the order of business for the day, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of several guests of our colleagues, guests of the Senate. Representative Ray T. Reyes of Anak Kalusugan Party List, Mayor Art Marasigan of Santo Tomas, Batangas, former Mayor Ray Roquero of Valderrama, Antique, Mr. Jose Solidum of the Chief of Staff, Representative Reyes, guests of Senator Ligarda, Antique officials, Barbasa Mayor Norberto Necor, Barbasa SB member Pablita Manalo, as well as several other councilors coming from various LGUs of Antique, including Sibalum, Vice Mayor Casey Botyong, and Pat Nongon, Vice Mayor Tomas Bacauco. Guests of Senator Nancy Binay, the Senior Citizens Group and Association of Barangay Olympia, Makati City. Including the youth leaders from Barangay Olympia, Makati City. Also guests of Senator Binay. Guests of Senator Go and Senator Ejercito, Pedro Taduran Jr., who just won as the IBF World Minimum Weight Champion in boxing, including the manager, Kokoy Ilorde. Guests of Senator Jinggoy Estrada, Mayor Ayoy Resuello of San Carlos City, Pangasinan, Mayor Apostol and Council of Cabangan, Sambales. Guests of this representation, Batangas mayors from Laurel, Cuenca, Padre Garcia, and Congressman Edwin Olivares of Parañaque. We welcome them, Mr. President.
Welcome to your Senate, to the aforementioned guests. Before once again recognizing the Majority Floor Leader, Chair would like to make some administrative Corrections and reminders. Earlier, Chair noted that there were 20 senators present. There were, however, 21 senators present, as the Secretariat did not notice the arrival of Senator Go. So we would like to correct it, 21 senators present. We likewise reiterate the standing directive given to the Secretariat before we close the period of amendments and approve the measure on second reading to implement necessary corrections to the bill on grammar, punctuation, style, guided by and without changing the meaning and intent behind the provisions. These include editorial corrections to remove redundancies, ensure brevity, and economy of words, among others. The Secretariat is further directed to enroll the measure, noting that the vetoed provisions of Republic Act number 10963 and Republic Act number 11534 are no longer reflected in the version of this bill. I heard the minority leader asking what it was. It refers to the train law and the crate law, because when we amended it, the Secretariat no longer included the vetoed provisions. Since it's a tax measure, it can be done by line, so that for purposes of the amendment, it will be clearer. Because it was a practice previously that they still included the vetoed provisions as part of the law, even if it was vetoed, which is not correct. So that is the purpose of the administrative corrections.
Mr. President, the minority leader is seeking recognition for a
Yes, please.
clarificatory
The minority leader?
Well, Mr. President, just a manifestation that the procedure that we have followed has become too complicated for this representation to already follow and understand, Mr. President.
To
Siguro-
clarify.
Ah,
To clarify, Your Honor.
yes, opo.
Previously, the practice of secretariats was when a bill is vetoed, when a bill is vetoed, a line in a bill is vetoed by the president, they still keep it there, but just note that it was vetoed. In the copy of the law, because remember, when it was enrolled, signed by the Speaker and the Senate President, the vetoed lines were still there. So in the record, previous secretariat still kept it. But for purposes of this, the practice
Of this, create more
create and
bill.
train, create and train law, the predecessor. What was done apparently was that they already removed it, the vetoed provisions. So there might be confusion as to what version they're applying the proposed amendments to. Hence the need to clarify that it no longer reflects the vetoed provisions. Otherwise, there will be redundancies in the bill and inaccuracies given the veto of then President Duterte to these measures.
And you're referring to a specific Senate bill number. Ano po yun? Can we mention the number?
Republic Act number 10963, the train law,
Kaya nga. Oh.
and Republic Act number 11534, the create law.
Yeah, I guess, and we are mentioning the two laws because there's a pending measure
In relation
now,
to create
yes,
law.
which is Senate Bill number
2762.
2762, and you are informing us beforehand that when we now reproduce our third reading approved version of that Senate bill,
It will no longer contain the vetoed provisions in those earlier laws
correct?
made
That's,
by
that's
the
the
former
context.
president.
That's
Yes.
the context of the statement.
Yes, sir.
Apa, nagulat lang po kasi ako din biglang naging ganun ang topic eh.
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. President.
Majority Floor Leader, and we
Mr.
thank the
President.
Minority Leader for his interjection. Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2200 and House Bill number 6574. These are the bills on the Basic Education, Mental Health, and Well-being Promotion Act. With that, Mr. President, I move to recognize the chairman of the Senate panel, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senator Gatchalian is recognized to sponsor the bicameral conference committee report and explain in brief the settlement of the disagreeing provisions of both bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, as the lead conferee of the Senate panel, I have the honor of submitting for ratification a copy of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2200 and House Bill number 6574, otherwise known as the Basic Education, Mental Health, and Well-Being Promotions Act. The Senate and the House panels have met and discussed every possible way to work out a reconciled version of our respective bills. We have developed a landmark piece of legislation aimed at strengthening the implementation of the Department of Education's existing mental health and guidance counseling program by establishing a school-based mental health program. This program seeks to promote and ensure the mental health and well-being of all learners in public and private basic education schools across the country. The cornerstone of this legislation is the establishment of a care center in every public basic education school, as well as ensure their establishment and maintenance in private basic education schools in the country. Likewise, this bill aims to establish a mental health and well-being office in every school's division office, which will serve as a dedicated body to safeguard and promote mental health and well-being of all learners and DepEd personnel under its jurisdiction. One of the primary goals of this legislation is to address the shortage of registered guidance counselors in DepEd. While there are 4,460 plantilla positions for guidance counselors in the department, only 300 candidates graduate each year with the required master's degree in guidance and counseling. The shortage is primarily due to the low number of schools offering master's program in guidance and counseling. Thus, this measure widens the pool of qualified and competent mental health professionals and personnel, such as registered psychologists who will work at the school care centers and at the division mental health and well-being offices for the improved mental health and well-being of our learners and the rest of the school community. To be able to hire and deploy these professionals and personnel, the measure prescribes the creation of a new plantilla positions of schools division counselors, school counselors, and school counselor associates in DepEd. More importantly, it provides a clear path for their continuing education, professional growth, and career progression, including an increase in the salary grades upon the conversion of the current position of guidance counselor, guidance coordinator, and guidance services specialist. Mr. President, colleagues, this is not just another piece of legislation. It is a declaration that we value the mental health and well-being of our learners as much as their academic success. It is an acknowledgement that a holistic, quality education must nurture the whole child, mind, body, and spirit. By ratifying this bill, we take a significant step toward a future where every Filipino child has the opportunity to thrive in all aspects of life. Finally, I extend my gratitude to the co-authors of this measure, President Pro Tempore Senator Jinggoy Estrada, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Bongo, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Cynthia Villar, and Senator Mig Zubiri. Their unwavering dedication and advocacy for this legislation were the driving forces that brought us to this pivotal moment. To my fellow conferees, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and Senator Robin Padilla, thank you for your invaluable contributions during the pre-bicameral conference meetings as we resolved several issues. I also thank Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel for his contributions in refining the bill during the interpellations. Mr. President, the comprehensive details of the disagreeing provisions are reflected in the joint explanatory statement. With the permission of the body, I move that the said joint explanatory statement on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2200 and House Bill number 6574 be read in toto into the record, and that the bicameral conference committee report be ratified. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
The remarks of the distinguished sponsor are noted. What is the pleasure of Senator Cayetano?
Mr. President, just a short manifestation of support. This measure is very timely because there was recent news that the Philippines is the bullying capital of Southeast Asia. And no less than our former colleague, Senator Angara, now Secretary of DepEd, has taken note of the lack of school guidance counselors. And this is something that we've taken up in the budget of DepEd, which this representation has chaired for, I think, going on my 6th year. And so the timing couldn't be more perfect because we really need more guidance counselors. Thank you to the hard work of the chairperson. Thank you, Mr. President.
The manifestation of Senator Cayetano is noted and entered into the records. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2200 and House Bill number 6574, and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed spread into the records of this chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2200 and House Bill number 6574 is hereby approved and ratified. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2568 under Committee Report number 206. This is the bill on the Expanded Tertiary Education Equivalency and Accreditation Program Act, or the ETEEAP Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
Mr. President, I move to resume the period of interpellation, and with the permission of the chairperson of the Committee on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, to recognize Senator Joel Villanueva to principally sponsor and defend the measure, and to interpellate, Mr. President, the Honorable Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Senator Villanueva is recognized. Likewise, Senator Pimentel. Chair would like to remind the gallery to kindly settle down so that our senators can hear each other during the period of interpellation. Senator Pimentel.
May I ask for a
is
minute
recognized as
suspension,
well.
Mr. President? May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session is suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill 2568.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2474. This is the bill on the PNP Forensic DNA Database Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Bill number 2474, consideration rather of Senate Bill number 2474 is now in order.
Mr. President, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of September 3, 2024 as our working draft and recognize the sponsor, Senator Ronald De La Rosa, and to propose individual amendments. Senator De La Rosa, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, resumption of the period of individual amendments is in order. Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is from Senator Pia Cayetano. Mr. President, on page 7, lines 28 to 29, delete the phrase "two representatives from other government agencies or institutions actively engaged in forensic DNA testing." I so move, Mr. President.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On page 8, lines 1 to 31, and on page 9, lines 1 to 8, delete the entire section 17 and replace it with section 17, prohibited acts. Any person found guilty of committing any of the prohibited acts enumerated hereunder shall suffer the corresponding penalties as herein provided. Letter A, tampering of DNA records. Any person who shall knowingly make any false entry or alter any DNA record or profile, index, or otherwise contained in the DNA database system, or who shall intentionally destroy, mutilate, conceal, remove, or otherwise impair or verify the availability of DNA records or profile without authority shall suffer the penalty of 1 to 3 years imprisonment or a fine of not more than 100,000 pesos or both at the discretion of the court. Letter B, tampering, abetting, or attempting to tamper DNA samples. Any person who shall knowingly tamper with or cause the tampering with of any intimate sample or non-intimate sample taken for the purposes of this act or shall aid in the tampering with or in the attempts to tamper with any intimate or non-intimate sample taken for the purpose of this act shall suffer the penalty of 1 to 3 years imprisonment or a fine of not more than 100,000 pesos or both at the discretion of the court. Letter C, improper disclosure of DNA samples and records. Any person, by virtue of employment or official position, has possession of or access to individually identified DNA information index or otherwise contained in the DNA database system and who knowingly and willfully discloses such information in any manner to any person or agency not legally entitled to receive it to the prejudice and detriment of the public or person from whom the said DNA sample or information was taken shall suffer the penalty of 1 to 3 years imprisonment or a fine of not more than 100,000 pesos or both at the discretion of the court. Letter D, refusal to give sample. Any person who unjustly refuses to give a non-intimate sample or obstructs the taking of such sample from when legally ordered by competent authority to do so shall suffer the penalty of 3 months to 6 months imprisonment or a fine of not more than 50,000 pesos or both at the discretion of the court. Letter E, improper disposal or removal of DNA samples and records. Any person who, by virtue of employment or official position, has possession of or access to individually identifiable DNA information indexed or otherwise contained in the DNA database system, and who knowingly or negligently dispose of, removes, discards, or abandons such information in an area accessible to public or has otherwise placed in a record or specimen container with personal information of an individual in a garbage bin for trust collection shall suffer the penalty of imprisonment ranging from 1 to 3 years and a fine of not less than 100,000 pesos, but not more than 500,000 pesos, or both, at the discretion of the court. Letter F, unauthorized access or intentional breach. Any person who knowingly and unlawfully violates data confidentiality and security of the DNA database system, breaks in any way into the system where personal and sensitive personal information is stored shall suffer the penalty of imprisonment ranging from 3 to 6 years and a fine of not less than 500,000 pesos, but not more than 1 million pesos. Letter G, offense committed by a public officer. When the offender or the person responsible as defined in the Administrative Code of the Philippines in the exercise of his or her duties, an accessory penalty consisting in the disqualification to occupy public office for a term double the term of criminal penalty imposed shall be applied. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, all the amendments are hereby approved.
On page 7, line 19, delete the word 9 and replace it with 7. I so move, Mr. President.
Bakit naging page 7 na tayo? Page 8 sa kanina. Is that an anterior amendment?
Yes, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
That would be all, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with no other amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendments, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2474. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2474 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I seek a 1 micro-minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, following the Senate President's designation of the Senate conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions on Senate Bill number 2587 and House Bill number 7400, both of which relate to the bills concerning enterprise-based education and training, EBET Framework Act, I move that House Bill number 6523, also known as the Revised National Apprenticeship Program Act, be included and taken into consideration in the aforementioned committee report while maintaining the same designated conferees. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2665 and House Bill number 9034. These are the bills on the landmark Philippine Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act. With that, I seek recognition as chairman of the Senate panel to give us the highlights of the conference committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the majority leader is recognized.
Mr. President, part of the highlights of the joint explanation, Mr. President, which will be inserted into the records, would refer to the recognition of the Convention on International Civil Aviation, otherwise known as the Chicago Convention. We inserted, aside from the archipelagic sea lanes, the corresponding air routes. These are the overflight routes above your sea lanes. So, Mr. President, both the House contingent and your Senate panel highlighted the importance of air routes, including the recognition of the International Civil Aviation Organization as part of the vetting authorities under international law upon approval of this measure, Mr. President. And Mr. President, there is likewise a recognition, which is a hallmark of international law, of foreign warships, the immunities of foreign warships or military aircraft or other government ships or aircraft operated for non-commercial purposes. These are part of the agreed upon provisions of both contingents, Mr. President. For the title of the reconciled bill, Mr. President, the title of the Senate version, which was adopted as the working draft, was modified and adopted to read as follows: an act providing for the establishment of archipelagic sea lanes in the Philippine archipelagic waters, prescribing obligations for foreign ships and aircraft exercising the right of archipelagic sea lanes passage through the designated archipelagic sea lanes and for other purposes. And likewise, Mr. President, it was highlighted that in case of conflict between the statements or amendments stated in the joint explanation, that the provisions of the consolidated bill in the accompanying conference committee report, the provisions of the latter shall prevail. This is without prejudice to the Secretariat being directed to implement the necessary edits or grammar, punctuation, and style, Mr. President. Mr. President, we would like to thank the members of the Senate contingent, of course, the House contingent, headed by Congressman Rachel Arenas, the members of the House panel, headed by this representation, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, Senator Ronald De La Rosa, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, of course, the inputs given by our good minority leader, in fine-tuning some of the important provisions of this archipelagic sea lanes law. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President, sa pakikipagtulungan ng lahat, and this will be enrolled together in tandem with the Philippine Maritime Zones Law. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2665 and House Bill 9034, and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed spread into the records of the chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2665 and House Bill number 9034 is hereby approved and ratified.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Mr. President, I reiterate my motion to resume the period of interpellation relative to Senate Bill number 2568 under Committee Report number 206, and to recognize Senator Joel Villanueva to principally sponsor and defend the measure, and to interpellate Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senators Joel Villanueva and Aquilino Pimentel III is hereby recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. We are now ready to receive any queries, questions that will be raised by our dear Minority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, and with the permission of our sponsor, who is really passionate about the subject matter of the bill and related measures which which propagate employment, strengthen our education system. Yan po ang ating yan po ang passion ng ating sponsor. So with this permission, I'll try to be as brief as possible because I learned a lot from yesterday's 2-hour interpellation, close to 2-hour interpellation by the Deputy Minority Leader. One and a half hours. So, marami na.
But on the record, Mr. President, my knees were swollen yesterday, and we thank our dear colleagues. I'm just kidding.
Thank you. So,
Thank you.
Mr. President, ito po yung ano pala, this is already an existing program, but little known program. And legal basis is just an executive order, if I'm not mistaken. What is the year of the executive order?
That is correct, Your Honor. The executive order was year 1996, Mr. President.
1996.
Yes, Mr. President, and Your Honor is correct in stating that indeed it is an important piece of legislation because we are finally institutionalizing it. We are finally passing a law because there's no law governing this particular initiative. In fact, Mr. President, we just learned, Mr. President, that for the past 5 or 6 years, we're only producing about 3,000 graduates, Mr. President.
Per year?
Per year, Mr. President.
Okay. Kaya nga, so tinanong ko yung staff ko, nalimutan ko na sino presidente nun, so it must be President Ramos.
Fidel Ramos, yes,
Yes,
Mr.
President
President.
Ramos ang So when President Ramos executed the EO, his intention was to make it easier for those still without college degrees to get one and use their working experience to save time. Parang ganon. To
You
save
are-
time by allowing them not to, or no longer requiring them to take up courses which are deemed equivalent to their work experience.
You are exactly correct, Mr. President, Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. Not only that, Mr. President, but also in view of the fact that here in the Philippines, there is this so-called penchant for diploma, Mr. President. If you are a bachelor's degree holder, it makes you extra special in the world of work when you're applying for a job. And at the same time, if you are already working, this is also some of the companies would require this as a basis for promotion, basis to increase salaries, etc. And another thing that I'd like to point out, Mr. President, is the fact that some of our graduates would actually use this in order for them to take up licensure examinations to become board passers, Mr. President, and without undergoing the traditional 4-year or 5-year course in a university or any institution, Mr. President.
But this is not available for all college degree courses, Mr. President.
Unfortunately, it is not, Mr.
Yeah,
President, but we can also figure it out by putting a provision that CHED would look into this, especially the emerging industries, Mr. President. And that's why there is an ETIAP Advisory Council to also guide them and in looking for the right program. I will no longer say course, but the right program, Mr. President. I'm a believer, Mr. President, of supermarket of competencies, as my background would obviously entail my experience in TESDA. I believe one day, Mr. President, the way we are conducting learning modalities will be changed radically as the world of work is also changing. I showed a lot of videos here in the plenary about robots taking over Sophia, robot of Saudi Arabia being the first robot citizen of Saudi Arabia, Robot Ella, the first barista robot in Singapore, etc. I think even in the world of education, Mr. President, everything is changing except change nowadays, and that it is important that we are not putting our education system in a box. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm a believer of supermarket of competencies, where a student can now go to a supermarket, for instance, with his or her trolley, and then kukuha na lang po siya, Mr. President, itong competencies na ito kailangan ko, itong subject na ito kailangan ko, itong particular skill program na ito kailangan ko. And then pupunta ka dun sa cashier at ika-cash in mo yung nakuha mong programa, and with that, as there will be a mechanism to measure your credentials, your work ethics, your work experiences, etc., you can actually get the now somehow called elusive bachelor's degree course, or in the future even postgraduate courses, Mr. President.
The mention of postgraduate courses is not yet covered in the measure as written. Tama? Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr.
So
President.
you're just giving us a preview of an amendment that His Honor intends to make?
Yes, Mr. President, because on the sidelines, we have talked about it with our distinguished colleague, Senator Coco Pimentel, because in the past, Mr. President, the ETIAP involves the implementation of postgraduate courses. Apparently, Mr. President, there was this CHED, what's that CHED? CMO, what's CMO? CHED Memorandum Order 29, series of 2021, that says, that actually revise or modifies the guidance, Mr. President, as to how equivalency and accreditation program will be implemented. And so, since the release of this CHED Memorandum Order, natigil po yung pag-implement ng mga postgraduate courses dito po sa ETIAP o yung Expanded Tertiary Education Equivalency and Accreditation Program. But meantime, Mr. President, even without the passage of this measure, the HEIs who are already implementing ito pong ETIAP for bachelor degree courses are saying that they are now preparing the infrastructure for postgraduate courses. I have here with me, Mr. President, representatives from different HEIs, especially ito pong Philippine Normal University. Sila po ay bumabalangkas na ng kanilang programa para i-implement din yung postgraduate course. But of course, most if not all of them are saying, with this law, Mr. President, it will further help them craft and legal cover, and at the same time, alam natin na pag may batas, mas magiging mas maayos yung pong programang ito ng ETIAP.
Yung original EO ni President Ramos, up to postgraduate level?
Original EO ni...
Kasi may nabanggit po ang ating sponsor na CHED memo so which changed, somehow limited the program. So was
Mr. President, in the EO that President Ramos issued, there's no mention of postgraduate courses, Mr. President. But the intention is there that indeed education is learning is dynamic, and that yung tinatawag na seamless education, yung pong lifelong learning, Mr. President, nandun po yung espiritu noong executive order. Kaya po, as we move forward, ang nangyari po, talagang na-cover naman po talaga itong postgraduate courses. Nito lamang po itong natigil noong pong nagkaroon ng CHED Memorandum Order.
Yes, apa. Kaya nga ito po, it needed a CHED Memorandum Order to suspend its applicability to postgraduate courses. Tama?
Not really suspend, Mr. President, but more of update and modify, because may mga programs na po, Mr. President, na kailangang palitan. May mga programa na po na hindi na relevant. So ito po yung dahilan na nag-push for Commission on Higher Education to issue this memorandum order. So kailangan po talaga, Mr. President, na na-update ang ating mga programa. And if I may add, Mr. President, when we were in TESDA, alam niyo po yung mga training regulations natin, every 5 years talagang ini-evaluate po yan para masiguro na relevant pa rin yung training program na ini-implement ng TESDA. So every 5 years po yan, talagang ina-assess po yan, yung mga TRs or training regulations.
Sige po, but at any rate, with or without this measure, we have this program, except that what do we envision to be the benefits if we pass this bill into law?
One, Mr. President, will be able to expand the program, because as I mentioned earlier, there are only 3,000 graduates, only because there are only 100 plus HEIs participating in this particular program. If we lower down the level from level 3 to level 2, we will be able to get significant improvement, Mr. President. Number 2, it does not cover yung mga scholarship programs, Mr. President. Aligned na ito ngayon doon sa ating ipinasang UWACTEA, yung mga batas na gaya ng UNIFAST, Mr. President, that would allow our graduates to avail of this program, Mr. President. Remember, Mr. President, and I know you, the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro, our minority leaders, listening attentively yesterday, the cost, Mr. President, for application per student ranges from 15 to 20,000 or 30,000, Mr. President, in a public school, Mr. President. In fact, Mr. President, if you look at the private HEIs, you're looking at least about 50,000 pesos per program that the student may have to pay, Mr. President. So with this, Mr. President, masasama siya sa UNIFAST, magkakaroon ng batas, magkakaroon ng mas mahigpit na scrutinization of on how as to how the Commission on Higher Education would deputize higher education institutions, and at the same time, when they came up, when they established a panel, Mr. President, medyo ano po ito talagang challenging kasi parang you're saying, Mr. President, you're putting up a school for one particular individual. So, yung pong sa pagbuo ng panel, napakahalaga po na ito'y hindi na sa sacrifice yung integridad ng panel na magre-rekomenda na indeed ang isang estudyante ay nasasatisfy na niya yung competencies, yung right skills, right attitude, and right knowledge ng isang kandidato para magkaroon ng bachelor's degree course. Salamat po.
May the sponsor be so kind to point out where in the bill is the mention of the scholarship programs, UACTE, UNIPAST, and
Mr. President, wala po dito. Mr. President, may I also put into the records, Mr. President, that this representation did not preside nor participate during the committee hearings, Mr. President. I was given the task to defend this particular measure, and in the course of the discussion, Mr. President, we were able to meet with a lot of stakeholders, especially with CHED, and we realized, Mr. President, the importance of ensuring that they will be part of the scholarship program of CHED, specifically with the UNIFAS. But Mr. President, may I also put into the records even before we introduce an amendment, yung UNIFAS po kasi per student is only allowed 6,500 pesos if I'm not mistaken. So hindi naman din po natin gagalawin yun para dito, no? So magiging 6,500 pa rin, at least mababawasan po ng burden yung ating mga beneficiaries nitong programa na ito.
Napatanong naman po ako nung follow-up question ko kasi tinanong ko ano yung benefits. Lahat po ng benefits, nung hinahanap ko yung measure, hindi ko makita. So, i-amend pa po natin.
Yes, Mr. President.
So, looks like we will be having extensive amendments to the measure, Mr. President, because sa interpellation natin, we're talking about postgraduate level. When we look at Section 4, sabi dito, equivalent, page 3, lines 10 to 11, ang binabanggit equivalent undergraduate level. Then page 3, lines 13 to 14, ang sabi, grant of appropriate academic degrees. And then page 3, line 23, sinasabi that sa qualifications, that the individual concerned is qualified to enter first-year college, Mr. President. So is the plan really to overhaul the bill, Mr. President?
Well, not necessarily, Mr. President, but we have had, and that's the beauty of deliberating a measure in this August chamber, because we'll be able to see and refine and improve the measure, Mr. President. May I also put into the record, Mr. President, yesterday, during the interpellations of our Deputy Minority Leader, we agreed, Mr. President, the importance of coming up with centers of excellence. In fact, one of our amendments that we will be introducing at the proper time is the establishment of and identification of centers of excellence in every region, Mr. President. And so we're looking at perhaps in the next 2 or 3 years, Mr. President, after the passage of the law. When you talk about, Mr. President, the years, Mr. President, first year college, etc., Mr. President, please do not be confused, Mr. President, of the fact that in this particular modality, Mr. President, in this particular program, before you enter and become a candidate of ETIAP, you will be assessed, and there is this mechanism that would recognize your prior learning, Mr. President. Kagaya po nung example natin kahapon, Mr. President, si Ms. Rivera, nung pong inassess po siya, nakita po na kulang yung kanyang mga kakayahan at kaalaman ng may point system po dito, no? Mayroong rubrics point system na dinidevelop ang ating mga higher education institutions na kung saan ay binabalangkas at ini-scrutinize ng Commission on Higher Education with their experts, with industry representatives, etc. So with that particular point system, Mr. President, nakikita po ito, Mr. President. Nakikita po dito, Mr. President, kung ilan na lang yung kulang mo. At kung ang kulang mo na lang, gaya nung kay Ms. Rivera noon, ilang oras na lang na kanyang pagtutuunan ng pansin, about 50 or 30 units na lang yung kulang po niya dun sa rubrics sa point system ng kanyang programa, yun na lang yung kukumpletuhin niya, yun na lang yung kanyang aaralin. At ganun din po yung nais nating ipatupad kung ikaw naman ay magkakaroon ng postgraduate course, meron po tayong nais na ilagay na provision that CHED will develop the same thing sa mga postgraduate courses. And again, Mr. President, this is not for all courses, Mr. President. I have to say that, Mr. President. And I think the Minority Leader and I were talking about yesterday, for example, yung pagiging isang lawyer, hindi po ganun kadali na gumawa ng rubrics sa point system na pag ikaw ay pumasa dito, pwede ka na mag-take ng bar. Hindi po ganun, no? At talagang ito yung masusing pinag-aaralan at I know the concerns of the Minority Leader to ensure that the quality and the integrity of the panel of the HEI, the deputization program of DepEd will be preserved, Mr. President.
Diba? Hindi pwedeng true work. Okay, can we use the example of Ms. Rivera? Sige. What degree did she want to obtain, Mr. President?
It's a Bachelor of Science, major in English, Mr.
Major in
President.
English, okay.
Because he's been working for about
Okay,
10 years, Mr.
Saan po?
President.
Saan? Saan siya nagtrabaho?
Siya po ay nag-graduate sa Pangasinan State University, Mr. President. At
Hindi.
nung pong
Nung successful na yung kanyang ITIAP, yun ang nag-grant ng degree niya.
yes, opo,
Oo,
yun po.
pero ano po yung kanyang 10-year work experience?
6 years po as a teacher in English, tapos 4 years as a BPO call center agent, Mr. President. And so nung matapos po niya yon, nag-apply po
Teacher in English, parang tutor in English. Kasi hindi pa siya degree holder eh.
Hindi pa po, hindi pa po. Teacher in English po.
Teacher in the sense of tutor in English, siguro.
Tutor teaching
English.
as a secondary language, Mr.
Yes,
President.
nagtuturo siya siguro informally nga ng English. Maybe not in a school, siguro. I mean, not in
Not in a school, Mr. President.
Not in a school, okay. So nagtuturo siya siguro, and then nag-call center siya using English as the language for 10 years. So yung BS, ano po ang kanyang...
BS English po siya. So,
BS English, normally how many years yun?
ganito po yung nangyari, Mr. President.
Normally, let's say
4 years po yun.
4
Mr.
years.
President.
Okay,
It's a 4-year course.
how many months did she save or how many units was she able to save?
Mr. President, as I was saying, Mr. President, she applied for the program, and when she applied for the program, she was assessed intensively, and the assessors made the recommendation. In fact, the first recommendation, Mr. President, is for her to take a Bachelor of Science in Math. But she said, she wrote the letter to the dean and said, I am actually interested in BS English because I'm already teaching English as a second language, etc. And so nung nagtuturo, nung binanggit niya po yun, because of the assessment, Mr. President, with the rubrics, using the rubrics point system, nakita po doon na may kulang po siya na instead of 60 points na makuha niya, 53 points lang yung nakuha niya. So,
Okay.
meron pa po siyang 7 puntos na kailangang punan. And so, because of that, binigyan po siya ng mga options para makuha niya po ito, one of which is to enroll in a 100-hour teaching English to speakers of other languages. And she paid actually 1,000 pesos for the training certificate. Nag-aral po siya. Pagkatapos po nun, nung 100-hour na yun, bumalik po siya dun sa panel. At dun sa panel po, sinubmit niya yung certification niya, etc. Na-interview po siya. And doon po sa panel, siya po ay pumasa. At dahil po doon, siya po ay binigyan ng bachelor's degree in major in English degree after completing all the modules, including the skills and teaching demonstration that only lasted for 6 months, Mr. President.
Okay, so yun yung nakita natin application ng programa. Yun ang benefit sa ating mga kababayan. So may work experience, 10-year work experience siya.
Si Victor nga.
Professionally assessed. Sabi mag 100 hours extra training ka. And then 6 more months of formal schooling enrolled in a university. Then you get a degree which would have required her 4 years of study.
Definitely. Yes,
Yun
Mr.
po.
President.
So,
And before that, Mr. President, you really have to demonstrate the skills acquired, the knowledge acquired by the candidate in a panel, Mr. President.
Paki-flash po ulit. Andun yung paki-flash po ulit yung kay Miss Rivera. Binabasa ko pa yung
Yeah.
facts about her. Eh.
Can we flash
Meron
it,
po,
please?
meron po. Sa
Pwedeng,
screen,
pa-flash
please.
lang yan. Opo.
Okay.
Wala daw po bang mas maliit dyan para makitang husto?
Opo. So she paid 1,000 for training and the certificate. And of course, she paid some.
Pero 20,000 po yung binayad niya doon sa pag-aaral niya ng
Yes,
100
she
hours.
paid, ano,
Oh, the
No, she-
PSE. PSU na, no? PSU.
22,000 sa tuition na sa school na
Opo,
po
sa
yan.
school na
Opo,
po yun, sa Pangasinan State University.
And then, ito po, additional 3,000 for the modules. Ibig sabihin ba nun na they're treated as special students? They do not attend classes like yung kabatchmate niya. Kabatchmate
Hindi,
niya sana
hindi
sa
po siya, Mr. President, yung traditional teacher classroom setup, Mr. President. Ganun po yun. And what we are saying, Mr. President, is the more learning modalities na po pwede nilang puntahan, it's okay as long as at the end of the day, when they get assessed, they demonstrated and at the same time completed the rubrics point system, Mr. President, in that particular program, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Hindi. I mean, nagtataka lang ako why she was deprived of experiencing school life or college life. Mr.
Well, she
President.
can, she can.
I mean,
She can actually.
why was she not mixed with her batchmates?
Because,
Sa
Mr.
graduating
President, she
batch
was
niya?
working, Mr. President. She was working then, Mr. President,
Wala
while
bang-
taking up this
wala-
program.
Meron tayong mga working students, Mr. President.
Yes.
So,
And it's, his,
So talagang-
it's the call of the candidate, Mr. President.
are all ETIAP graduates to undergo a specialized program? Kaya baka lalo nagiging magastos po sa kanila yan. I mean,
All ba?
ito po yung mga ito po yung mga let us say hindi nga nakapag-aral di gustong magkaroon ng college degree. Di patikman naman natin sila ng na experience din ng normal college life, Mr. President. May kaklase sila
Yes, Mr. President.
for the units na hindi pa covered.
I understand, Mr. President, where the minority leader is coming from. And if you look at the profile of our graduates in the ETIAP program, most, if not all of them, Mr. President, are working. Most, if not all of them, would prefer a online program or a module program, etc., Mr. President. Perhaps I would say 90+%, Mr. President, but it does not reject, Mr. President, the idea of any candidate, if he or she can actually find time to go to a traditional classroom, Mr. President. So
Sige
yung
po,
modality
sige po.
po, Mr. President, talagang this is a specific modality, Mr. President, na talagang pinagtutuunan ng pansin. Kaya ho, sinasabi ko kanina, talagang very challenging because it's like putting up one school, one college, one university for one particular student, Mr. President.
Yes.
So individualized po siya, Mr. President. If I may, Mr. President, with the indulgence of our dear minority leader, I'd like to raise this very inspiring story of Mr. Victor Fabregas, Mr. President. Si Victor Fabregas Alcuaz, Mr. President, was already the Vice President. Vice President po siya of Hotel Solutions Partnership Limited when he decided, Mr. President, when he decided to complete his BS in Hotel Management, Hotel, Restaurant, and Institution Management. So BS HRIM po siya at the College of St. Benilde, Mr. President. Although he did not finish college, Mr. President, he has worked in the hospitality industry for over 30 years, Mr. President. At because of that, Mr. President, being an undergrad, it did not hinder him, Mr. President, from working at Philippine Airlines, Hyatt International, even Shangri-La International. However, Mr. President, he wanted to complete his degree. That is his a dream, Mr. President. And this program, the ETIAP program, provided him with the option to finish college without attending regular classes. Imagine, Mr. President, an executive like him going back as a freshman in college. Talagang mawawalan na po ng loob para kumpletuhin yung 4 years. But because of this, Mr. President, he enrolled in the Binild ETIAP program to finally complete his BS degree. Binild managed his ETIAP education very professionally and flexibly, making very easy for him to complete the program and earn his diploma. Now, again, Mr. President, Mr. Alquas is also the author of several books, not only the Vice President, Mr. President of a company, but also author several books, and his publications, along with his decades of experience in hospitality industry, provided him with the qualifications needed for this expanded tertiary education equivalency and accreditation program, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Ito yung mga success stories which convince us of the merit of the measure and of the program. So, pagtulungan na lang po natin to palakasin, and then pero I'm just worried lang po ako dun sa postgraduate, because dapat naman siguro yung maka-ETIAP na postgraduate must have an undergraduate degree.
Oh, definitely, but you have to have a bachelor's degree, Mr. President. Again, Mr. President, the idea, Mr. President, is to ensure that even if you are an undergrad, you can have the same quality kind of education that a bachelor's degree holder would be applying for in a particular job. For instance, Mr. President, pareho lang po kayo because you already possess the right knowledge, the right skills, the right attitude towards a particular trade discipline, a particular course, Mr. President.
Sige po, basta anyway, at the proper time, at least we know that an amendment is coming. We just have to... Pero ito pong measure natin, wala yung yung postgraduate. So if we consult CHED and other experts, what would their opinion be, Mr. President? Is this really applicable? Such a flexible program, is that applicable to a postgraduate level, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. And I think, Mr. President, as we have been talking about this in the Education Commission too, it is important that the Philippines will be at par with the standards, not only here in Asia, but in the world. Mr. President, we also had the opportunity to ask our good friend, Chairman Popoy De Vera, Mr. President, and he is very much in support because they have been doing this in a long time, Mr. President, and it just so happened that they really have to come up with the CHED Memorandum Order to ensure that the programs being implemented are still at par and that are still relevant programs, Mr. President. He also made mention, Mr. President, if we can also put in the law that CHED may identify and develop special graduate education program in consultation with technical experts via ETIA para po meron pong gradual, Mr. President, at hindi bigla-bigla na programa for postgraduate courses, Mr. President.
Since the sponsor, Mr. President, already has concrete ideas on about his proposed amendments, can we get advance copy
Yes.
already of the so that we can take a look at it, Mr. President? Ngayon, Mr. President, yung pagbaba ng level 3 educational institution to level 2, hindi ba kaya gawin na lang na administrative action yan? Bakit hindi pa ginagawa yan? Ang tagal na nitong programang ito, gagawin pa natin sa law. The program is governed by an executive order. Level 3 siguro nakasulat doon. You want to lower it to level 2 by law. Why cannot the executive branch do it by executive order?
Right now, Mr. President, in the CHED Memorandum Order that we were talking about, that is part of it. The ibababa po yung level 3 to level 2. But at the same time, Mr. President, it's been a while, Mr. President, and since I was a member of Congress, I remember, Mr. President, this has been talked about as to how we can strengthen and intensify our efforts in developing our ETIAP program. And so I believe, Mr. President, that a law, just like any of us here, would be a better path to take than just a memorandum order or executive orders, Mr. President.
Sige po, pero if hindi, yung ano kasi, so it's now level 2. Now.
With the CMO, the new CMO, yes.
So, okay, kasi we have been pounding kasi na parang isa sa bago nating idea is to lower the level from 3 to 2, but it's already level 2.
Yes,
It's
right
not-
now,
it's
Mr.
not really-
President.
oh, so okay. na po
But
yun.
the HEIs who are still the same, Mr. President. The number of HEIs participating in
Yes,
this particular program is still the same.
Yeah. Parang no effect. Walang na excite. I mean, kaya I think we need to excite them.
Actually,
about
Mr.
the
President,
program.
I will be asking some legal help from your honor, Mr. President, because it's really how you do the balancing act here, Mr. President, and encourage the HEIs to actually participate, Mr. President.
Pag malaman nila yung story ni Ms. Alcuaz, Ms. Rivero, yun po yun.
Because, Mr. President, if you remember, the HEIs are already, I mean, the private sector, for instance, they're already earning, Mr. President. So, to develop this kind of program is an additional, perhaps, burden for them. And if we put a sanction, for instance, Mr. President, which is not clear as to how the Commission on Higher Education would implement this program, then we might dissuade them from participating.
Yes, apo. I agree. Ano to, parang, Majority Leader, you want to interject? Majority Leader, you want to interject something?
Mr. President, with the permission of the two gentlemen, just a short interjection, if they will allow.
Please, please.
May I know if in the proposed measure,
Yung
if there is a possibility of involving local colleges and universities?
They are involved, Mr. President. Local colleges and state colleges and universities, Mr. President.
To what extent would be the involvement of local colleges and universities? Because they belong to another realm, not directly supervised by the CHED, but more or less supervised by the local government unit itself.
Yes, Mr. President. They are part of the advisory council, number one. Number two, Mr. President, all they need to do is apply for the deputization of CHED, in this particular case, the implementation of ETIAP. And so if they would be able to come up and develop their own assessment tools, there's a requirement, actually, Mr. President, the requirement for application as to how you will be deputized by CHED. Mr. President, Center of Excellence or Center of Development, Level 2 program of or Certificate of Award in the program, copy of Certificate of Program Compliance, meritorious cases, etc. And at the same time, yung pong assessment tool nila para sa paggawa nitong binabanggit namin kanina ni Sen Coco, yung assessment tool, Mr. President. May rubrics point system, Mr. President. And if CHED allows them, Mr. President, they will be able to participate, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, there is no way for an LGU operated tertiary education institution to participate without the imprimatur of the CHED.
Yes, Mr. President, because CHED is the one implementing the program, Mr. President. In fact, Mr. President, you may look at the results of ETIAP program. Not a single looks, Mr. President. Not a single looks, Mr. President. Applied, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Thank you, Majority
Because
Leader.
I'm a believer of local autonomy, likewise, and I am of the belief that LGU initiated colleges can likewise and should participate in this measure, Mr. President.
Agree, Mr. President. Definitely, I agree, Mr. President. That's why they have to be part of this program as well, Mr. President.
Last question, Mr. President. Although I'm reserving the right to ask clarificatory questions at the time of amendments. Apo.
We'll be
Sabi
delighted.
ng Section 6, lead agency, that CHED shall serve as the lead agency in the implementation of the program. May we know the budgetary implication of the program?
Mr. President, right now, Mr. President, the program that's being implemented by CHED only entails about 5.3 million, Mr. President. Now, if this particular measure will be passed, they are asking, Mr. President, if we can increase it from 5 million to 22.6 million, Mr. President, budget, Mr. President, for the implementation of the bill.
Okay, anticipating the amendments to be proposed by the sponsor, that you will link this with the scholarship programs.
Yes,
have
Mr.
we-
President.
Do we have an idea how it will
Well,
affect
right now, Mr.
budget-wise?
President, we still don't have it, and that's the reason why I asked that after the termination of the interpellations and debate, let's give more time, Mr. President, in ensuring that we'll have substantial amendments that will refine and improve this particular measure, Mr. President.
So thank you to our sponsor, Mr. President. He has enlightened our minds about this program. Little known to me, but of great value. Examples would be Ms. Rivero and Mr. Alcuaz. Bigyan natin ng mga alternative chances or second chances yung mga, because of their circumstances in life, were not able to obtain their much desired college degree. So bigyan natin ng pagkakataon itong mga to, and we are here to help, Mr. President, to improve the measure in accordance with the ideas of our sponsor. Plus who's the author, original author, is our Senate President, is one of the authors, yeah, I think.
The Senate
is
President is
one.
the one who conducted
One of the
the
authors.
committee hearing,
Ah,
Mr. President.
So we wish the sponsor all the best and good luck, and we will help in refining the measure. So thank you, sir, for your...
Maraming salamat, Minority Leader. Karangalan po natin na maging parte ng deliberasyon na ito, especially Mr. President, for allowing this representation to answer his very thought-provoking questions, Mr. President. I also would ask help from him, Mr. President, especially on the legal side as to how we can balance, Mr. President, the idea of encouraging higher education institutions to come in, but at the same time giving them the responsibility to make sure that the integrity of the panel and the integrity of CHED's deputization will be preserved. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat sa ating mga kasamahan dito sa bulwagang ito.
Thank you, Senator Joel, and Senator Coco. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate
Mr.
Bill.
President, if I may, I think no one is going to ask any questions. So perhaps if we can close the period of interpellations and debate, Mr. President.
Mr. President, there being no other member wishing to interpellate, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We appreciate the efforts and patience of our dear colleagues. Thank you to our Senate President, if that is our Senate President wearing a nice suit, Mr. President. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move for a micro-minute suspension, Mr. President.
Can you, before we suspend, can you reiterate your
Mr.
previous
President, I
motion?
move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill 2568.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Session suspended for 1 minute.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2793 under Committee Report number 304. This is the bill on the Philippine Natural Gas Industry Development Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Mr. President, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Honorable Pia Cayetano, and to interpellate the Honorable Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel III.
Senator Pia Cayetano and the minority leader is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our esteemed colleague, Mr. President, if we can ask some questions to better understand the subject matter of the bill, Mr. President.
Of course, Mr. President, we are always willing to hear the concerns and try to explain and also better understand this very technical bill.
Mr. President, our committee report is a consolidation of, if I'm not mistaken, 5 separate bills, Mr. President. Yung one bill, 150, Senate Bill 152 is about midstream natural gas industry. Senate Bill number 1944 is about the downstream natural gas industry.
6.
And then 191 midstream, 2247, it's about consolidating all laws relating to transmission, distribution, and supply of natural gas. And then we're also taking into consideration House Bill 8456, which is House 2, no? Which is about the development of the downstream natural gas industry, and then also consolidating all the laws relating to transmission, distribution, and supply of natural gas. So the title of our measure is an act promoting the development of the Philippine natural gas industry, consolidating for the purpose all laws relating to the transmission, distribution, and supply of natural gas and appropriating funds therefore. So may we know, Mr. President, from our sponsor, how did we capture the promotion of the development of the Philippine natural gas industry in the measure, Mr. President?
Thank you for that question, Mr. President. When this representation became the chairman of the Committee on Energy, we looked at the existing bills, and as His Honor has duly noted, there were bills that referred to downstream, there's also midstream, and there's more general bills that were entitled development of the natural gas industry. And when we started studying it, it was our humble opinion that the bill really covered the entire cycle, pretty much the entire cycle of the industry, the entire scope of the industry. Although there's well, so to illustrate, starts with exploration and it ends in the homes of the consumer, the homes or business entities. So it was our decision to call it an act promoting the development of the Philippine natural gas industry, so that we could cover everything, because as I said, it was our humble opinion that it pretty much covered the entire scope of what goes into the industry, Mr. President.
In the Declaration of Policy, Mr. President, Section 2, page 1, Section 2A, bale, it is the Philippine downstream natural gas industry which is mentioned, Mr. President. So, is this bill, does this bill still touch on the midstream, the so-called midstream natural gas industry, Mr.
Yeah.
President?
That's a very good question, Mr. President. When the committee reviewed the existing bills, there is a difference in the treatment of midstream and downstream in some bills. And in this committee report, it's consolidated. So we only define downstream, but we are very happy to explain what part other bills considered midstream.
Yun na nga.
But actually, we covered the entire thing in this bill, Mr. President.
Defining them all as downstream.
Defining both midstream and downstream as downstream.
Yes.
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 That is
O, sige.
accurate. That is accurate, Mr.
Para po
President.
maintindihan natin, that bill which concerned itself with the midstream natural gas industry, ano po yung ano doon? What are the activities or transactions covered by the so-called midstream natural gas industry? Then ang next question ko po is doon sa original bill naman na downstream para makita natin na this particular measure combine the two and calls all of them as downstream. Yung reason. Yung reason. Nakanawa na sa stream. Ginano niya downstream na lahat. Ha? I-define nga downstream. Anong definition ng downstream? Wala.
So you're dead. But you're dead. So, Mr. President, I won't read it into the record, but His Honor, I will refer it for His Honor's reference. Section 4 is Philippine Downstream National Gas Industry, or PDNGI, and it refers to the activities that are defined, that are included in a downstream.
Page what, Madam Sponsor? Page
It is section 4.
page 7. It's a 6 of it. Ito.
Section page
Citing.
It is page 7, line 8.
Line 8, yes. Okay. Sige po, I've seen it. So
Yeah.
we are now calling all of these activities and operations as downstream. But in the original bill which concerns itself with the midstream, what activities did it consider as midstream, Mr. President?
What is the question, Your Honor? In the, what was it, in the
Kasi,
previous?
di ba, in our earlier exchange, I think we are using in our measure we are using the term downstream, which in an expanded meaning, because we are now combining the midstream natural gas industry as defined in a bill, in a Senate bill, and combining it with the downstream natural gas industry as contained in another bill, and the combination of these two we call now downstream.
That's accurate,
Yes,
Mr.
oo nga.
That is accurate, yes.
And then the sponsor is pointing to subparagraph BB of section, ano ba ito? What section is this?
Four?
Section 4, found on page 7, lines 8 to 14. But ang tanong ko lang po, for my better understanding, that original bill about the midstream the Philippine midstream natural gas industry, which of these activities, which we now call downstream, was considered midstream by that bill, Mr. President?
I mean, it's suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended
Para
for
lang mas maintindihan natin. As supplies, abstain.
Mr. President, let me read into the record Section 4BB, which is the definition of downstream natural gas industry. It refers to all permit holders involved in the sitting, construction, operation and maintenance, expansion, modification, rehabilitation, decommissioning, and abandonment of PDNGI facilities. It shall likewise refer to participants involved in activities pertaining to the purchase, supply, aggregation, bunkering, reselling, and export of natural gas, and any other activities related to the PDNGI. So this entire provision, Mr. President, is intended to capture the specific definitions provided in other bills or bill that refer to midstreaming. That is clear as far as DOE is concerned, without enumerating those. But this representation is open to including improving the definition if His Honor deems it necessary.
My question, Mr. President, was really for my enlightenment for me to
Yes.
understand better the measure because
this-
our title ata is no, it's not. Our title is about the development of the Philippine natural gas industry as a whole, di ba?
Yes, Mr.
But
President.
then yung declaration of policy nga, parang
It seems to have,
we are focusing on the
yes.
downstream because pati doon sa definition of terms ito section 4 puro downstream natural gas. So I was just wondering what happened to that bill.
It's deemed incorporated, to be clear about it. The activities that would have been covered in the midstream
Yes.
are now covered here. But we are very open to improving the language because I understand where His Honor is coming from since there is no separate reference to midstream anymore.
Yes, but among the activities nga mentioned in subparagraph BB found on page 7, which of these were considered as midstream in that particular Senate bill? Senate bill number 152. Mr. President.
So for example, Mr. President, in midstream, transportation is a big component of the midstream bill. And in this bill, we have a letter Z, which is on page 6, now line 31, which refers to the Philippine Downstream Natural Gas Distribution System, which refers to a conventional and virtual transportation system at the receipt.
Tama.
Yeah, so it's
Yes.
broken down in more segments. In a way, it's also more detailed, but it is captured, Mr. President.
Yes, okay. So I think that's a good example, Mr. President, nga, of the expanded meaning of the downstream in this bill, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr.
Sige.
President.
So, Mr. President, so how do we intend to promote the development of the Philippine natural gas industry? Are we granting the industry concessions, incentives, other tax breaks, Mr. President?
So first of all, Mr. President, we are recognizing this bill gives us the opportunity to study where we are at present. And in the sponsorship speech, this representation delivered, we established the fact that we have done very little by way of supporting exploration, which was at its peak in the 1970s. We went from, and let me just quickly pull out here, we went from in the 1970s, drilling 150 wells. And this was when Malampaya was discovered. In 1990s, 20 years later, 11 wells. And then in 2016 to 2018, so that's like 25 years later, just 6 wells. And since 2019, no drilling. So one of the impact of this bill alone, Mr. President, in the awareness of what needs to be done is made clear to us just by looking at the history of what we have started and how we just basically abandoned this opportunity. It is an opportunity, Mr. President, because let me emphasize, this is indigenous gas. It is found in the Philippines. It is owned by Filipinos. So what we intend to do now is to promote the awareness and create an environment that will open up opportunities for investors. It is highly technical. It is very expensive. So this bill seeks to define number one, it seeks to declare that the Philippines is open and will have very clear-cut policies on natural gas, indigenous natural gas development. So that in itself is going to send the right signal to the businessmen. I'm not even talking incentives yet. I'm just talking about the declaration that we are open and the terms of business will be clearer and to be clear to anyone. Could be Filipino, could be foreign, could be partnerships. In fact, usually these are consortiums that we are talking about.
This will be yung mga contracts ito, these are parang called concession agreements, no? Parang ganun? Ano ba tawag dyan? When you...
Service contracts?
Service
contract.
service contracts.
So these are, to be clear, Mr. President, these are contracts that the Philippine government enters with the awardee.
So how does, because we have been awarding service contracts already, so how does this measure help in that regard, Mr. President?
Well, His Honor is right. We have been awarding, but it has not been prioritized in any way.
Hindi nga,
So,
what is the
yeah.
new idea in the measure, Mr. President? Which will
Yes, what I'm trying to explain, Mr. President, by merely passing this measure, it sends the signal that we are serious about prioritizing indigenous gas in the Philippines. So we haven't, so if you were an energy investor, you would probably have a meeting with the Secretary of Energy and ask to see what is the energy development plan in the Philippines. And you will see there, like most countries, dictated by, well, not dictated, as agreed upon with United Nations, that includes a shift to renewables. No, I think there's a timeline, a shift to 50% by 2040. Is that correct? 2040? 2040, a shift to renewable. But what are we going to do between then and now? If His Honor would like me later on to explain some of the difficulties and the challenges to make that shift, that's why we cannot shift to renewables tomorrow. Then in the meantime, what are we going to do? This is what we do in the meantime. Natural gas is called a transition fuel. And we have proof that it is available in the Philippines. And so by passing this law, it's like para tayong nagpatayo ng billboard sa EDSA globally and to tell them that the Philippines is prioritizing natural gas. If you are an expert in natural gas, you're welcome to come here. We have good business opportunities, and then we can present the terms of this service contract. Because right now, kumbaga, wala tayong roadshow, wala tayong announcement. It's not in the radar. In fact, our very skilled workers, because I visited the Malampaya platform, they are being pirated by other countries because they're so highly skilled, because we have been creating these experts for almost 20 years. And yet, without any new developments, edi maghahanap na ng ibang opportunity yon. And these are not just like Bachelor of Arts degree holders. They really were honed in their expertise not on the ground, in the sea. So really it's that, Mr. President, it's the declaration. And then there are incentives, if His Honor would like me to read it into the record. So the incentives are indicated in Section 36 on page 22, starting in line 21. And the proposal, well, the draft, our committee report states that it will be included in Tier 3 of the Strategic Investment Priority Plan, which is the highest level of investments given. And then there are other list of entitlement, and basically it is investments to convert facilities from oil to coal. Oil and coal to gas shall be deemed as qualified capital expenditure, so that will be, they will be allowed to make those deductions. The purchase and sale of indigenous natural gas, aggregate gas, and power generated by generation facilities using indigenous natural gas and aggregate gas shall be exempt from VAT. So to be clear, the whole line, that whole
Yes.
from the time that the power companies buy it till the time that it is available to the public, that is VAT exempt. And then third is PDNGI facilities shall be entitled to zero-rated VAT on their purchases of local supply of goods, properties, and services needed for the development, construction, and installation of their facilities. So there.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Majority Leader. Mr. President, the Majority Leader wants to interject
With the
something.
permission of Senator Pia and the Minority Leader, just one interjection that aroused my
Does the Majority
curiosity,
Leader recognize?
perhaps to enable the Minority Leader to browse over his notes. I encountered would sponsor a provision here that would that really caught my attention. It's section 27, and that, and I quote, the operation of an LNG storage or regasification terminal shall not be considered as a public utility, Your Honor. May we know the reason for this? Is this part of the package of incentives to be given to those interested in venturing into this endeavor?
Actually, in the crafting of the measure, Mr. President, we did not look at it as a incentive. It was just really meant to be a statement of fact that it is not a public utility. So when we as a legislative body pass this bill, there will not be, it's already clear. We made it clear that this is not a public utility that would go through the usual process. Would His Honor like me to know to explain the reason? But I'm just answering His Honor's question, that is this part of the package? That was not the reason why we included this.
Yes, because, Your Honor, I also encountered a news report. This was 3 years ago, wherein an official was quoted. I think this was from the PCC before, that he admitted that the gas distribution system can be considered as a facet of gas investment chain that shall be considered as a public utility and therefore may require a legislative franchise. Is this still a correct conclusion? And likewise, Your Honor, I'm lifting from some sources here in other jurisdiction that would claim that both natural gas and electricity have monopoly characteristics and are deemed to be goods in the public interest, quote unquote, Your Honor. And I think the Minority Leader has now
Public utility.
Mr. President, there is a definition of what is considered public use, and I am just pulling out I think it's a Supreme Court case that is the best way to illustrate this. Minute suspension. I just want to.
Session
suspended.
So, Mr. President, I am reading, this is based on the Supreme Court decision of Iloilo Ice and Cold Storage Company versus Public Utility Board promulgated on March 2, tama ba to? 1923? Okay, so it's an old case. So it says critical to being a public utility is the term public use. Public use means the same as used by the public. The essential feature of public use is that it is not confined to privileged individuals, but it is open to the indefinite public. It is this indefinite or unrestricted quality that gives it its public character. So to just quickly go into to describe the facility here, it's a pipeline. This is not used by the public. The general public cannot go there and use it. They cannot line up and pay to use it. It's very the use is very specific to, I don't even know if there's more than a couple of clients, a handful, maybe even less. So that is why it is not a public utility, Mr. President.
So I respect the answer given by the good sponsor and thank her for that clarification. But Mr. President, I reserve my time during my scheduled period of interpellation. Thank you
But yes,
to the sponsor.
I'll just
already did that.
I'll just pursue that point, Mr. President. But in other jurisdictions where they have gas pipelines to households, are they, if this happens in the Philippines, then that would be a public utility?
Sorry.
In other countries, in other jurisdictions, there are connections or pipelines to households.
Ang pipeline.
Gas. Providing,
So the question is, if that
if
happens,
that happens here in the
would it then be a
Philippines,
public
wouldn't that activity now be a public
that
utility?
model it could be. Mr. President, it is possible with the model that His Honor mentioned that it would be because it's now available for use to the general public.
Okay. Hindi, naklaro na. So that means that since we are stating in our measure that the operation of LNG and maybe even the distribution of the LNG shall not be considered a public utility operation. Our measure does not envision that level of provision of natural gas to households, no?
That is correct,
Okay,
Mr.
sige po.
President.
So that is clear, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, my staff has shown to me a study of the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis, IEEFA, which has identified 4 long-term risks for gas investments in the Philippines. The first is the extreme volatility of the gas market, which also puts at risk the foreign exchange reserves of the country. Second is the high power prices that will inevitably come from sourcing electricity from a more expensive fuel. Third is the uncertainty of supply as nations scramble to secure gas resources for their own citizens. And finally, there is a risk of overinvestment when you have generous incentives or projects that may turn out to be white elephants in the future due to cost, supply, and regulatory concerns. Has the sponsor encountered the said paper or study, Mr. President? And can we get her inputs
Yeah.
about this study, Mr. President?
So far, Mr. President, that is the easiest question you have asked me. That study, to me, seems very accurate, but it applies to imported natural gas. Precisely why we are promoting indigenous gas is so that we will not be subject to all these factors that His Honor has mentioned. It is the primary reason that this representation is passionate about this bill, because it will address energy security. It's not the sole solution, but the fact that it is indigenous, we will not be subject to that volatility of supply abroad. I gave an example in the interpellation with Senator Joel where was it again Pakistan? Was it Pakistan? They had purchased imported natural gas from, I'm not sure what country, Pakistan. And Pakistan. And then just because there was higher demand, they had contracts, and because there was a higher demand, their contract was just not honored, and they suffered because their supplier just reneged on that agreement. And then the volatility, the high prices, again, we can regulate this precisely because it is indigenous. If His Honor would like later on, I can go into the details, but what is the advantage of indigenous gas? The prices are based on a 6 to 9 month index, and unlike imported gas, which is based on a spot market that goes up and down like the stock market. So the pricing for indigenous gas is quite stable. And I think basically uncertainty of supply, again, once we make the initial, well, we don't make the investment, but once the investors come in and start spending on their exploration, and the supply is there, then we have steady supply. So that is really the advantage, Mr. President, of indigenous gas.
So can we talk about supply, Mr. President? So
Yeah, actually,
we
Mr.
have
President, can I just draw your attention to this graph?
price, about the price yan, ano?
Yeah, so this graph, it's quite small, so I will just read it. The red line, the red line is imported LNG, and you will see this is a timeline for this year, January, was this 2010, sorry, January 2010 to July 2024. Look how volatile imported gas is, especially in the last few years, 2021, 2022, and 23. But look, Your Honor, at indigenous gas, it has remained fairly stable. The price, we're referring to the prices.
Now, let's go to the supply.
And just to emphasize,
yes.
the red line where it really peaks on the right side of the graph, that is when the Ukraine war started.
Sige pa. Thank you. So, talking about Philippine supply for natural gas, of course, we have proven that we have in the Malampaya plant, but then I think experts tell us that the supply is about to be depleted soon, Mr. President. Is that correct?
Yes, we are at the end of life for Malampaya, but it is certain that in that same contract area, there is still gas, and they are already starting or will start next year. What is the exact status? They will start drilling next year, but that is still part of Malampaya, and that gas.
Same service contract?
Same contract. They just have to drill because nakita na may gas na talaga dun eh, in another well in the same service area.
So the current owner of the service contract over Malampaya is the same entity entitled to drill that possible new source of natural gas?
So, Mr. President, they have renewed for 15 years or until February 2039. But this is still within the same area. So if it will be a different area, then it's open to,
Okay, so
to whoever.
So it's a matter of fact. Basta fact yun. According to
That's
the
fact.
according to the
Yes.
DOE, the same service contract covers or allows the drilling of another ano bang tawag?
For another, so it expired. It's a 25-year contract, and they renewed it because alam naman nilang meron pa. So it was a choice that the parties made to renew the contract because they're certain that there is still gas to be drilled there.
Okay. Sige po, yung pagdating po sa Malampaya, which is already siguro we have a more or less scientific basis here. How much volume of natural gas has been scientifically determined to exist in that particular well which we are now tapping, Mr. President? Yung about to come to its end of life,
Okay.
Mr. President.
Yes. So drilling of these two wells, which is intended to commence in 2025, will start producing gas in 2026. And this will increase the Malampaya gas supply by 30 to 50% and extend its life to 5 to 10%. So it's also a
In
good
volume,
use.
ma'am. Is there
The
a scientific volume? Volume ata pag measured yan eh.
Yes. I actually thought that that would make more sense because to me, I mean, it's a huge number which I cannot visualize. The number is 290 billion cubic feet of gas. His Honor is a mathematician. He can probably visualize that better than me.
Sige po, that's at any rate that's the estimate of the
Yes, Mr.
scientists.
President.
So
It's called the Malampaya Phase 4
phase
project.
4, okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then so as to potential sources of natural gas, meron na po bang mga pag-aaral ang ating mga scientists and other experts?
Meron, Mr. President. We are just getting the figures from our technical panel. Okay. So, Mr. President, the most prospective basins are Northwest Palawan Basin, Southwest Palawan Basin, Sulu Sea Basin, Cagayan Basin, Visayan Basin, Central Luzon Basin, and Mindoro Cuyo Platform. So,
Okay, so these are
bago, wala pa.
how detailed have been the
Sorry,
yes.
Mr. President, let me just continue. So the heading for that is the most prospective.
Yes.
Then there's a prospective basins, East Palawan Basin, Reed Bank Basin, Southeast Luzon Basin, Agusan Davao Basin, and Cotabato Basin. And then there's the frontier basins, which I'm told is the newest. Ano ba, newest in terms of,
May
wala
kopya
pang
ka?
what?
May kopya ka nun? Pakuha kang kopya.
Wala pang sorry, Mr. President. So meaning, nag-umpisa na ito?
Lahat.
So for the first two categories, they were already bidded out. And then there's the frontier basin for West Luzon Basin, West Masbate, Iloilo Basin, Ilocos Basin, and Bicol Shelf Basin, not yet bidded out.
When you say bidded out for exploration po ito.
Yeah.
Exploration. Ano bang
For-
stages of exploration?
For exploration,
Ito,
yes, for
yes.
exploration. And there are bidders, Mr. President. So that
Yes.
means mag-aabala sila because they feel that there is, ayun na nga,
Pero hit or miss yan, di ba?
correct, it's hit or miss. So they have their own means of determining what is best risk for them. And there are bidders bidding ongoing now.
Sige, wala pang good news about really hitting.
We do have good news. The good news is many participated. So that's good because these are technical investors who will not bother with us if they don't see any potential.
When will we know if a source has been confirmed, Mr. President?
Teka, when will we know? No, so once there's a winner, then that includes the timeline, right? So there will still be terms. So it's a very long process, Mr.
Yes, I know.
President. That's why I took time to include in my lengthy response to His Honor how in dire need we are to take up this process because imagine since 2019, none.
That's why I'm asking, Mr. President, yung sources of Philippine or indigenous natural gas. Because kung wala, may industry ba? Yan po ang, or there could be an industry, but it is supporting imported natural gas. That's why I hope we can get a list of all those awarded,
Of course,
awarded
we will update, yes.
contracts for exploration, and then of course the areas are indicated. Sana may timeline din kung when we can find out kung confirmed, kasi all of these are suspected, of course, di ba? Siguro yung ginagamit nila kay Pastor Kibuloy na pang-detect ng heartbeat, baka ganun din yung sonar yan pang-detect ng natural gas. So all of these are just suspected
So-
reserves, di ba? So sana may time, when will
Yeah,
we know
what,
the
what I can tell His Honor now is this: by December, there will be an awarding for the bidders.
Yes.
And then the timeline for them to start drilling or to actually find. So they would have already started drilling and hopefully find something that is in 4 to 7 years.
Yes.
So towards the end of, so hopefully, siguro pinakamaaga na dyan is around 2028, 2029.
Samantala si Malampay Phase 4, when will that suspected gas supply be tapped?
Next year, Mr. President.
Next
Next
year
year already, yeah.
Sige po, kasi kung it turns out na walang gas supply, the law will only be applicable to
Imported.
Malampaya
Ano?
as the indigenous.
Yes, for the indigenous source, but it's very unlikely that there won't be any with all those high prospective areas. They're quite confident that there will be something. And also, Mr. President, I'd like to just emphasize here precisely why I include here our studies on futures thinking so that we can really emphasize that projects like this are really for the future. Like this will not solve our brownouts tomorrow. It will not solve it in 2 years, but hopefully the next generation will thank us for the work that we're doing today. Not even the next generation, our senior years will thank our junior selves for this work, Mr. President.
But our bill also mentions aggregated gas.
Yes.
And is that defined in the bill what aggregated gas is?
Yes, we have
So
definition.
that is, to my understanding, gas which consists of indigenous Philippine natural gas mixed with natural gas from other sources outside of the Philippines. So hence imported gas. Tama po?
Yes,
That's
Mr.
aggregated
President.
gas.
Yes, aggregated gas, the definition refers to the activity of procuring indigenous natural gas, combining it with imported LNG, and selling the aggregated gas to gas buyers in the Philippines or abroad.
Kaya nga, Mr. President. So, in effect, we can say that the measure also incentivizes imported natural gas or the importation of natural gas, because when it's mixed with indigenous natural gas, it becomes aggregated gas.
Well, Mr. President, the way I answer that question is we cannot envision a future with just indigenous gas. It's not enough. I mean, I don't even know if there's a jackpot na it will be enough. It will really include. So when we hear about, I think we know that the energy sector is very competitive, but there is room for all because we do not just have one source of gas. We cannot survive on indigenous gas alone, in as much as this representation would prefer that it's all indigenous, but it can't happen. It's not going to happen. That's why this bill already foresees that we have to aggregate.
Yes, so with open eyes, we know that we are also incentivizing the importation of natural gas.
Sorry, what was the question?
I mean, it's also our intention to incentivize the importation of natural gas because we will incentivize aggregated gas. So you can only have aggregated gas if it's imported natural gas mixed with Philippine indigenous natural gas.
The way I will answer that, Mr. President, is to say that it is a priority. Indigenous gas is a priority. But we cannot survive with indigenous gas alone. So we must create that environment that is also healthy for investments in imported
Yes.
natural gas.
Yeah, good,
Well,
that's
yes.
good. At least that's made of record, Mr. President. And in our bill, we are not very specific on the proportion, no? On the proportion of the indigenous Philippine natural gas and the imported natural gas. We are not
Yeah.
specific.
We
on
are not,
proportion.
Mr. President. For one, it is just this representation's style in legislation. I think it is proper to leave certain things to the implementing agencies. This representation, and I don't think, unless there's an energy expert in our midst, cannot really determine this mix, because right now, even if I ask DOE, and I've been asking them from the start, this mix would also be based on what we find out in the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Let's just say, ang laki ng nakita natin, then maybe DOA malakas ang loob and will say, baka sabihin lang, habol na dyan, in the next 20 years, the mix should be highly skewed towards indigenous dahil eto na, may proof na tayong ganito kalaki. But I think we will pass this before we have that information. So we leave that to DOE. The most that we can do is to provide the parameters, and the parameters which include supporting all types of gases, but really prioritizing indigenous gas, Mr. President.
So just one.
Mr.
One quick
President.
intervention again with the permission of Your Honor. So if there is now, as I perceive this coming from the line of questioning of the good minority leader, a mix incentives given to importation as well as the promotion of indigenous natural gas, would this educate me, Your Honor, imply that other sources or mixtures that would involve coal to produce synthetic gas, SNG, would probably be involved in the mix? Kasi pag hinalo-halo na natin, makaka-produce din tayo ng synthetic gas. Because coal can be compressed and produce synthetic gas as well.
In the briefings that I have had, Mr. President, synthetic gas from coal is not included in the aggregation. So I don't know if that is something that will be considered. Since His Honor asked, I'm sure DOE will look into it, but I have not, that has not been included in the discussions, Mr. President. So on record, as of now, as of the draft here, that is not included.
Thank you.
Meaning to say that when we use the phrase aggregated gas, this is natural gas.
Yes.
Yung source na lang. It's whether
Yes.
Philippine, indigenous, or
Imported.
Apo,
Yes.
apo. Sige po.
Yes.
Unfortunately nga, since we will now delegate to the DOE the scientific proportioning of what can be called aggregated gas, theoretically speaking, it could be anywhere from 1% Philippine natural gas to 99% imported natural gas, and that could be the aggregated gas that we are mentioning in our bill.
It could be in
It
the
could be.
worst scenario that there is no more indigenous natural gas, then that is going to be the percentage of
Right, okay.
Yes.
Since we are a net importer of raw materials or raw elements for our energy needs, like coal, crude oil, natural gas. Ano pa ba? Ano pa ba iba? Ano pa bang ibang mga ano? So,
Geothermal, the different types of
Yes, the
energy
different
sources,
type of raw material.
geothermal, renewables.
yung mga ano, yung what we are importing, di ba? Crude oil,
Importing
natural gas, coal.
oil and coal.
So, sige, limit ourselves
Yun lang.
to the three for our discussion. We are ending up incentivizing natural gas.
2070.
There must be a reason. Do we consider natural gas to be the quotation marks cleanest among the three that I have mentioned?
Yes, Mr. President. During the interpellation with Senator Joel, we read into the record UNDP findings that per molecule of natural gas, here, I have it. 1 molecule of natural gas produces 1 molecule of carbon, whereas other fossil fuels, 1 molecule of fossil fuel produces more than 1 molecule of carbon.
So, ang pag-measure ng whether you are a dirtier source of energy, we count the carbon molecules released by the by the process.
Yes, Mr. President.
What do we call that scientific who invented the test po na yan po ang ating, that's how we measure whether it's dirtier or cleaner? Ano po tawag dyan? So we can also research on that, Mr. President.
Just give me the statement of, no, but what is that?
Anong tawag? The carbon molecule. The carbon molecule test. Ano yun? Pero anong dirty? Anong test mo sabi?
Correct, pero yung question niya is,
Natural
what
gas.
is our basis to say that the measurement of the coal is what
Greenhouse gas?
matters when you're determining environmental standards? Coal ba or some other kinds of emissions?
Sige, talaga. May question.
I'm sure it's basic, but tama naman yung question niya. You can just find it. Mr. President, we'll put it on record in my notes. I just have here that it's from UNDP.
UNDP.
But we
Sige
will,
po.
we have
Sige
here.
po.
According to UNEP, sorry, not UNDP, UNEP, United Nations Environment Program, natural gas is a cleaner fuel in the sense that burning it produces fewer conventional air pollutants,
Apo.
like sulfur dioxide and particulates than burning coal or oil. A main factor to consider is the characteristic of the fuel, the combustion technology, how well equipment is maintained and operated. In general, burning natural gas also produces less carbon dioxide per unit of energy. So yeah, so it's carbon and also other pollutants like sulfur dioxide and particulates.
Sige po. What is natural gas, Mr. President? What is it? What is the molecule which primarily comprises natural gas? Why it has become a desired source of energy?
Well,
Is it because it's methane?
yes, Mr. President, in page 5, line 15, we define natural gas as gas containing primarily a mixture of methane, ethane, propane, and butane with small amounts of heavier hydrocarbons and some impurities consistent with PNS or other applicable internationally accepted industry standards.
Thank you. That's I see it also. Page
Yes.
5, subparagraph O, lines 15 to 18. But for those who are concerned about greenhouse gases and which are blamed to be causing climate change, if they now use that standard or that test, some may even claim that natural gas is dirtier than the other two other sources that we have mentioned, because precisely it will release the processing of the natural gas will release more methane into the atmosphere, Mr. President. So has the sponsor encountered such an argument or a point of view, Mr. President?
So it also, that's where the equipment comes in, or no? Okay, so Mr. President, that could be accurate if there is no burning. No burning. But if it is burned completely, then there is none or there is less emission? there is only one molecule. So this goes to the power plants having state-of-the-art equipment, well-kept, well-maintained. I think at some point I mentioned that because that will also ensure the cleaner. We are not saying this is the cleanest, but cleaner.
Yes, it's a matter of, sometimes it's a matter of point of view, what standard or test or what is our concern, di ba? From the air pollutants test, it may be the cleanest, but from the greenhouse gas test, it may not be the cleanest. So with the response of our sponsor, Mr. President, which is highly scientific, may we request for more time to also read on this subject matter. We can really research if there is an effective, believable capturing mechanism already in natural gas power plants where methane emissions are captured and then neutralized, Mr. President. So,
Mr. President, let me just explain. The concern the concern that His Honor raised, the greenhouse effect, would not happen. I'm told, I'm not an expert, I'm told it will not happen because industry practice is not to allow the venting. The venting is yung palalabasin. Hindi naman ganun ang industry practice. So hindi naman mangyayari yun unless sobrang pabaya at hindi talaga sumusunod sa regulation. So yes, in theory, there may be a detrimental greenhouse effect with the natural gas, but if we follow industry standards, that will not happen.
yun na nga, ang tanong ko, how? What is in place? What scientific achievements are there that we are preventing now the escape of a gas? Ang hirap po yun, ha? It's so difficult to prevent the escape of a gas. So, I'm sure that is the claim. Pero if the sponsor can give us time also to read about this latest technology, Mr. President, and if we find it to be believable. And siguro, if the sponsor can point to us, ano po ang pinaka-model na plan, anong bansa para ma-research na rin po namin.
Wala talaga naka-escape. How about dun sa imported? Yeah. So actually, Mr. President, this is precisely the kind of investments needed for natural gas. And if you look at Malampaya, it's a closed circuit system using these pipelines that is so intricate that there really is no leakages. Because if that happens, then that is really a violation. So that is the system. It is really not meant to have any leakages.
Di ba, Mr. President? Hindi naman ako rin expert dito, pero parang logic lang gagamitin natin. Pero di ba may treaty, siguro the Climate Change Treaty, Paris Agreement. Di ba mayroong mga point system yan? You are given some credit, etc. If this Malampaya is really a closed system and we are not releasing anything to contribute to climate change, are we being given credits or points, bonus points for this, Mr. President? May scoring system din yan eh. So is the Philippines being credited because we have such a foolproof closed system, Mr. President?
I can find out, Mr. President.
Siguro,
Yeah.
let's find out. If with the permission of the sponsor, can I suspend my interpellation so we can read more about the subject matter, Mr. President?
Yeah.
Sir President, just
Yes, but just to add to the discussion for the record, we have provisions on the establishment of standards on gas quality, facility, and the code of practice. And we also have a technical committee that will be created to ensure that all of this is complied with. The technical committee would be composed of academe, trade and industry, professional associations, research associations, and so on and so forth.
Kaya ang tanong ko nga, are we now being recognized internationally because of this? Now we have such a good system. May mga ganun,
Yeah.
di ba? We're given a credit, we're given points. So are there good news that we are being internationally recognized? So
Because I remember, Mr. President, I had a team visit me a year ago, just like the stock exchange, discussing with me the opportunity for us to come up with this carbon crediting system. We don't have that in the Philippines. So there's no means, we did not create that system for us to get points. Yeah, we don't have that. But in the case of Malampaya, that they have received awards, and this is the Upstream Asset of the Year award, which they have received 2 times for top quality production. What is that?
May we know who granted the award, Mr. President?
Who's the award from?
Who gave the award, Mr. President? Local. Aray, kung local lang, Mr. President.
Shell. So globally.
Shell.
Shell, yeah.
Shell, okay, Shell, which is
Global,
involved in the industry.
all over, yes.
Which is involved in the industry.
All over the world.
Same industry. So with that, Mr. President, if with the permission of the sponsors, this representation would request a suspension of my interpellation.
Thank you, Mr.
you.
President. Thank you for taking the time to study and ask these questions, which are also helpful to the sponsor. Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. President, cognizant of the request of the minority leader to study the measure further, specifically as to the leakages during extraction and transportation of natural gas, specifically methane, I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2793.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, consideration of said measure is hereby suspended.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended. resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2575 under Committee Report number 211. This is the bill on the Basic Education and Early Child Care and Development Alignment Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There been a resumption of the consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status is that we have closed the period of interpellation, and I move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Hearing objection, the motion is approved. Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, in accordance with Rule 14, Section 82, Paragraph 2 of the Rules of the Senate, this, sorry, let me repeat this, Mr. President. In accordance with Rule 29, Section 82, Paragraph 2 of the Rules of the Senate, this representation seeks to amend by substitution Senate Bill number 2575 under Committee Report number 211. This amendment by substitution seeks to address the policy concerns and legal issues pertaining to the bill and incorporates the individual amendments of the minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, Senator Lauren Legarda, Senator Joel Villanueva, and the EDCOM 2. With that, Mr. President, and with the permission of the body, I move that we amend the bill by deleting the entire text after the enacting clause and replacing the same with the provisions contained in the proposed amendment by substitution as filed with the Legislative Bills and Index Service and distributed through email to the offices of senators earlier today, September 4, 2024. Further, I move that the text thereof be considered as read into the record. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none to the proposed amendment, amend by substitution. There being none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader? Ano ba yung individual amendment? Meron pa.
Mr. President, the chairperson would like to propose some individual amendments. I move that he be recognized likewise again.
Senator Gatchal, the sponsor, is recognized.
Substitute.
Amendment.
Paano kung mag-amendment sa tingin tapos title lang. Isip ko paano mag-amendment.
Title lang.
Substitute. Title lang. Title lang. Title lang. That's just the title. Ako din.
Kanata. Hindi mag-interculate pa ba?
Title lang.
Spell muna.
Title lang. Question eh. By substitution. Hindi mo pala.
Session suspended.
Suspend.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2575. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill numbers 3976, 3962, 3970, 4838, 3967, 5843, 3966, and 5830. These are bills declaring special non-working holidays in several jurisdictions, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion's approved.
The parliamentary status, Mr. President, is that having sponsored the bills, I move for an omnibus interpellation, considering that the interpellations therein apply to all the aforementioned bills, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The omnibus interpellation for the aforementioned bills is now in order.
Mr. President, I move to recognize the sponsor of the measures, the Chairman of the Senate Committee on Local Government, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, and to interpellate the Honorable Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pimentel is recognized, as well as
With the-
Senator
With the permission of our.
Xavier Tito is recognized.
How many local bills of similar nature are we discussing now?
Mr. President, we are discussing now 8 House bills, Your Honor.
8 House bills, all, according to the majority leader, all seeking to declare non-working holidays in their localities. So we already have established through our interpellation, in effect, we've established a flow chart, di ba? Or a test on when the Senate should agree to a declaration of a non-working holiday in a certain LGU. So now, applying this flow chart or our standards or our tests, what is the conclusion of our sponsor, Mr. President, as to the 8 bills? Are we going to follow the recommendation of their titles, or are we going to amend the bills, Mr. President?
To be consistent with what we have done, likewise with the other local bills in the past, we will be amending and replace, we will be declaring it as working holidays, Your Honor.
All 8.
Yes,
all
all
8.
8, Your Honor.
All 8 will be amended to declare special days, but these days in those 8 LGUs will be working. What's our correct term? Special working holidays? Is that
Yeah.
it?
Yes, that's correct.
That's our
Special.
standard term now, no?
Special
Working
holiday.
holidays. So with that clarification, Mr. President, I have no more questions to ask our sponsor. Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr. Sponsor, for your
Minority
time.
Leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes to interpellate, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, there being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, with no committee amendment, I move to open the period of individual amendments, if there are any, Mr. President, and recognize Senator Ejercito to propose individual amendments.
Senator Ejercito is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. For House Bill number 3976 under Committee Report number 128, on page 191, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
What number is this bill?
House Bill number 3976, an act declaring December 7 of February as a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Virac, province of Catanduanes.
All right, is there an objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 3, after the word Virac, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, December 7 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Virac, province of Catanduanes. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring December 7 of every year a special working holiday in the municipality of Virac, province of Catanduanes. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Next is a House Bill number 3970 under...
Mr. President,
I-
with
Majority
no
Leader.
other individual amendment, I move to close the period of amendments. Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 3976. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President,
970. Sa isa. Sa isa. 3970.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
with no committee amendment, I move to open the period of amendments and recognize Senator Ejercito for his individual amendments on House Bill number 3970.
3970. Maybe 3962.
House Bill 3962, Majority Leader. And
Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Ejercito for his individual amendments on House Bill number 3962. This is the Bambang Day.
Senator
in
Ejercito.
Vizcaya.
Senator Ejercito is recognized.
yes, Mr. President, for House Bill number 3962 under Committee Report number 132, an act declaring July 5 of every a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Bambang, province of Nueva Vizcaya. On page 191, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
In the same page, line 3, after the word anniversary, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, July 5 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Bambang, province of Nueva Vizcaya. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Yes, Senator Ontiveros.
Salamat, Mr. President. Hindi pa naman po objection, clarification lamang po sa good sponsor. Hindi po ba magiging special working holidays ang mga ito sa halip na special non-working holidays po? Point of clarification po.
Yes, I honor, Mr. President. It will be special working holidays.
Salamat po. So just for the record po, dahil lang nabanggit po ng good sponsor, 2 beses po yata, sa bill na ito ay special non-working holiday. So nililinaw ko lang po na per yung pag-uusap kanina, magiging pong special working holiday, Mr. President.
Actually, that's on the provision that if the President would proclaim, it will be a special non-working holiday. So it depends on the proclamation. But what we will be granting are special working holidays.
Okay po. So salamat po. Nilinaw ko lang, Mr. President, for the record.
Special
working holiday.
Working holiday.
Yes, it is. It will be special.
Without
working
prejudice po dun sa later declaration
That is correct.
ng President.
Yeah, that is correct.
Alright. Salamat po, Mr. President, good sponsor.
Yes, please proceed, Senator Ejercito.
On the same page, line 3, after word anniversary, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Again, upon proclamation of the President, July 5 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Bambang, province of Nueva Vizcaya. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring July 5 of every year a special working holiday in the municipality of Bambang, province of Nueva Vizcaya, to be known as Bambang Day in commemoration of its foundation anniversary. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Mr. President, there being no further individual amendments, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 3962. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. House Bill number 3962 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Ejercito to propose individual amendments on House Bill number 3970. Is the Calibo Foundation Day in Calibo, Aklan.
Senator Ejercito is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, on page 1, line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 2, after the word day, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, November 3 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Calibo, province of Aklan. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring November 3 of every year a special working holiday in the municipality of Calibo, province of Aklan, to be known as the Calibo Foundation Day. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of amendments, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motions approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 3970. So move, Mr.
Is
President.
there an objection? There being none, motions approved. House Bill number 3970 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Joseph Victorio Ejercito to propose his individual amendments on House Bill number 4838, the Mount Pinatubo Memorial Day in the province of Pampanga.
Senator Ejercito is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President. On page 191, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 5, after the word challenges, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, June 15 of every year, shall be a special non-working holiday in the province of Pampanga. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motions approved. Amendments approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring June 15 of every year a special working holiday in the province of Pampanga to be known as Mount Pinatubo Memorial Day. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the amendments approved.
Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motions approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 4838. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motions approved. House Bill number 4838 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, on House Bill number 3967, this is the Santa Maria Province of Davao Occidental Foundation Day. With no committee amendment, I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize Senator Ejercito to propose individual amendments.
Senator Ejercito is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 191, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 3, after the word day, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, June 18 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Santa Maria, province of Davao Occidental. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring June 18 of every year a special working holiday in the municipality of Santa Maria, province of Davao Occidental, in commemoration of its Foundation Day. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of amendments.
In objection? There being none, motions approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 3967. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there an objection? There being none, motions approved. House Bill number 3967 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, on House Bill number 5843, this is the Pavia Day in the province of Iloilo. Parliamentary status, Mr. President, there are no committee amendments. I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize Senator Ejercito to propose individual amendments.
Senator Ejercito is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 1, line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Ano? I'm sorry, I did not hear you because Senator Joel is always interrupting me. Please repeat.
On page 1, line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President, I'm not objecting. I am just appreciating the fact that the Senate President Pro Temp and the distinguished gentleman, also from San Juan, the good one and the better one, are working together in harmony, Mr. President. And so I'm not objecting, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind words, Senator Joel. There is a hanging motion by Senator Ejercito. Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 3, after the word anniversary, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, January 8th of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Pabia, province of Iloilo. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring January 8th of every year a special working holiday in the municipality of Pabia, province of Iloilo, to be known as Pavia Day to commemorate its founding anniversary. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Mr.
Majority
President,
Leader.
with no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? There being none, motions approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 5843. So move, Mr.
Is there
President.
any objection? There being none, motions approved. House Bill number 5843 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, on House Bill number 3966, this is the Cuenca Foundation Day in Cuenca, Batangas. I understand the mayor is still here. With no committee amendment, I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize Senator Ejercito to propose individual amendments.
Senator Ejercito is again recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 1, line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 3, after the word anniversary, let's insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, November 7 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Cuenca, province of Batangas. So move, Mr.
Is there
President.
an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring November 7 of every year a special working holiday in the municipality of Cuenca, province of Batangas, to be known as Cuenca Foundation Day in commemoration of its founding anniversary. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? There being none, motions approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 3966. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motions approved. House Bill number 3966 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, on House Bill number 5830, this is the Halamanan Festival in Giginto, Bulacan. With no committee amendments, I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize Senator Ejercito to propose individual amendments.
Senator Ejercito is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 1, line 1, delete non-working and replace it with working. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 2, after the word festival, insert a new last sentence to read as follows. Upon proclamation of the President, January 22 of every year shall be a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Giginto, province of Bulacan. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Lastly, amend the title to read as follows. An act declaring January 22 of every year a special working holiday in the municipality of Giginto, province of Bulacan, in celebration of the Halamanan Festival. So move, Mr.
Is there
President.
an objection? There being none, amendments approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, if I may just take the floor,
Yeah,
Mr. President.
Before that, Senator Villanueva.
Yes, Mr. President, this is not an objection to the motion of the distinguished sponsor. I would just like to associate myself to this particular measure being
Bulaqueña.
yes, Mr. President, and if you recall during the pandemic season, talagang booming po yung halamanan doon sa Giginto, Bulacan. In fact, I just remember and recall, Mr. President, the Department of Agriculture's commitment to actually support by giving additional funds and program from the Department of Agriculture to the LGU in Giginto, Bulacan. And so I would just like to associate myself and put into the records my sincerest thanks and gratitude to our dear colleague, Senator J.V. Ejercito, and I'm in full support of this particular measure. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Senator Joel. The remarks and manifestation of Senator Joel is hereby noted.
Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of amendments.
An objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 3966. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved. House Bill number 3966 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned 8 House bills.
Is there any objection? Wala na? Yeah. Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, before we proceed to other matters, we'd like to acknowledge some special guests of our colleague Senator Ejercito, Governor Jerry Dalipog of Ifugao, Mayor Jimmy Pachanan of Mayuyaw, Ifugao, Vice Mayor Rudy Chilagan of Mayuyaw, Ifugao, Councilor Clarence Lichachan, Councilor Jupiter Head Chugan, Councilor Maria Lumanya, Councilor Romeo Panitiu, and Councilor Diego Guhana as guests of this
Welcome to your
chamber.
Philippine Senate.
Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension.
Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, there are still some simple resolutions to be tackled by this chamber, Mr. President. I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution 855, taking into consideration resolutions 926 and 962. This is the resolution recognizing and commending the 2023 Galing po awardees and Galing po citizenship awardees. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, Senate Resolution number 855 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 965 entitled 2024 Outstanding Young Men TOYM Awards. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, PS Resolution number 965 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 780 commending and congratulating Miriam Coronel Ferrer, Filipina Peace Negotiator, as a 2023 Ramon Magsaysay awardee. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? I think this is my resolution. You want me-
780.
You want me to sponsor it? Okay. I will just forego my sponsorship speech. Is there any objection? There being none, PS Resolution number 780 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution 1178. This is the resolution expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on the death of Dr. Henry Lim Bon Leong. I so move, Mr. President.
This is a proposed Senate resolution of the minority leader. Is there any objection? There being none, proposed Senate resolution number 1178 is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, the minority leader is seeking the floor.
Oh,
The deputy
the
minority
deputy
leader.
minority leader, Senator Risa.
Salamat, Mr. President. If it is still timely, may I request that I be considered a co-author or co-sponsor of this resolution honoring Dr. Henry Lim Bon Leong, as well, if the good presiding officer may allow, the previous resolution honoring Miriam Coronel Ferrer.
Of course, definitely.
Salamat,
The
Mr.
manifestation of Senator Risa is inserted into records. I am approving the co-sponsorship of Senator Risa in proposed Senate Resolution number 780,
Mr. President,
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the minority leader.
together with the minority leader.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that all members of this chamber present today be made co-authors as well.
Noted.
Mr. President, some administrative matters, Mr. President, I move to transfer the committee referral of proposed Senate Resolution number 565. Is the resolution urging the President to declare a state of national calamity due to severe African swine fever or ASF from the Committee on Rules to the Committee on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the conformity of Senator Mark Villar as chairman of the Committee on Games and Amusement, I move to change the primary committee referral of Senate Bill number 252 or the Anti-Pogo Act from the Committee on Games and Amusement to the Committee on Ways and Means, and to make instead a second referral thereof to the Committee on Labor and Employment and Human Resources Development. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 18 of the Rules of the Senate and upon instruction of the Chairman of the Committee on Tourism, Senator Manuel Lapid, I manifest the creation of the subcommittee to be chaired by Senator Mark Villar to deliberate and hear the following. Number one, Pampanga as the culinary capital of the Philippines, taking into consideration Senate Bill 2797 and Senate Bill 2790. Number 2, Southern Leyte as a tourism zone, taking into consideration House Bill number 5598, Senate Bill 2435, and Senate Bill number 1854. Number 3, an area encompassing Mount Damas and Ubud Falls, San Clemente, Tarlac, as an ecotourism destination under House Bill number 8004. And number 4, Looc Bay area, Looc Romblon as an ecotourism destination under House Bill number 6467. Number 5, the municipality of San Fernando, Romblon as a tourism development area under House Bill number 10116. And number 6, the Isla de Carabao, Romblon as a tourist destination under House Bill number 5282. I so manifest, Mr. President.
Manifestation is noted.
Mr. President, still on the creation of a subcommittee under the Committee on Tourism, and upon instruction of its chairman, Senator Manuel Lito Lapid, I manifest the creation of a subcommittee to be chaired by Senator Rafi Tulfo to deliberate and hear the proposed Senate Resolution 1058. This is the resolution on the issuance of special resident retirees visa, or the SRRV, and special investors resident visa, or the SIRV. So manifest, Mr. President.
The manifestation is noted.
Mr. President, finally,
Huh?
minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn a session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, September 9, 2024.
Is there any objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, September 9, 2024.